Rage! What were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter?
Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, I kind of got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbucks, so,
You have yet to read it?
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to?
Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. So says the report.
Oh, wait, what? Huh? May?
Order, I say! Order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter can only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion.
I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece. And I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? The lighter's been updated in the court record. It's got Athena's prints on it and the victim's blood. Yeah! But what have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry.
Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying!
What the fuck is going on here? It's like the world's gone mad.
Order! Order! I will have order!
Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. To shit, one could say. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Yeah, at least you didn't nuke Turkey. Queen Pib, in stereo where available, and where not available, it's not in stereo. There's nothing we can do about that, so don't blame us. We have no control over it. Call your internet service provider if there's some sort of a problem, or the local Twitch server. But if they're not giving you stereo and you want stereo, that's your problem, not ours. Don't bug us. Complain to your congressman or Newt Gingrich, like I'm sure he'd care. Ha! But we don't want to get any letters. Understand? Good. Welcome to Queen Pib on Twitch.
For your time is well wasted. Here we play the games of the 80s. The games of the 90s. The games of the aught. And occasionally the games of the beyond. And now, your host, who totally isn't doing their own intro, Patricia Inga Bogart.
Is Newt Gingrich even still alive? Christ, I hope not. Am I allowed to say that? Am I allowed to say that on the internet? Too bad. I'm doing it anyway. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a good day so far. You may or may not choose to believe this, but I appear to be overexposed at the moment. I don't mean from a movie perspective. Give me a second. Okay, that's better. That's worse. That's better. That's much better. Okay, perfect. See, usually I forget to fix the auto exposure on one of the ones. Usually the one or the other. I didn't get it on the one, so I forgot it on the other. It's how these things do. All right. Let's start from the top and make it drop. So we got here bright and early on a Wednesday. A Ace Attorney penultimate show Wednesday. We'll gab about a couple of things, and then it's going to be Ace Attorney time here. All court, all freaking day, it seems here. Ravaging Marvel, Vintage Vixen Shop, MSK, Celeste, Cupcake the Fox, Rain, welcome on in. Henlo Kami Mommy, and Aubrey Fire Drill as well. Ina Waffles, Lurkaway, welcome on in. Hello, King Monster, Angel Yumu, Kathleen as well. How you doing? Hello, Chef, Deviant Individual, Golden Loki. How you doing? Hello, let's see what else we got. He's still going to see Crow Pixie, who of course asked the $60,000 question. He's 81. Oh, then he's old enough to run for president for the Democrats. No, it's okay. He's not running for president anymore. Let's see what else we got. I see, still scrolling. I see Lightling. Did I say hello to Lightling? No, I didn't. So I should probably say that. Yeah, I'll say that. Lightling, hello as well. Arthek as well. How you doing? There, we're all caught up. You love the outfit? I figured. I've never worn a tie to court before. Figured if I was gonna wear a tie, it'd either have to be tonight or tomorrow night. I was kind of feeling it for tonight, so that's why you've got me wearing a very lovely defining tie. Got my attorney's badge on it too. See, I'm very practical. So tonight is part of a presumptive two-part main event finale of Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. We'll be beginning tonight at the beginning of the court trial for the turnabout for tomorrow case. And if you're the sort of person who's like, I really love the courtroom antics of Ace Attorney games, I just really don't like the investigations. they kind of get a little long, and I have to look for things and point and click looking for things ain't really my thing. Well, if I got a pair of shows for you, this and tomorrow night is all court, all the time. Nancy Grace and Dan Abrams over in a goddamn corner fanning themselves. They're so hot and bothered by the prospect. Is that a timely reference? Why those people still have jobs? I don't know. I don't care. So a couple items we got on the docket before we get going here. First one is actually the thing the chatbot just put in there. I'm making more of an effort to leverage BTTV for certain secondary emotes and, things maybe Twitch is a bunch of no fun cops about. So if you're using a web browser and you saw the message Hambot put in, and all you see is just a string of text and not a dancing crab or a guy laughing really hard, it means you can go over to that Better TTV website, get the browser extension for that, and suddenly a lot of the things you may have been seeing in Twitch chat rooms may make more sense. Now, granted, I know this far into Twitch's existence, I'm probably only serving this information for 3 people, but, those 3 people would probably appreciate having that information. Time to add emos to like 20 words long so the mobile users suffer. No, we're not going to do that. I do put a selection of the sub emotes up there so that even if someone's not subbed to the channel, they can still, participate in the shenanigans. And I am looking into making some of them available for those of you who are budding streamers out there and you also use BTTV. I am going to look and see in making certain of those ones possible so you can add them to your channels as well. There's a bit of an approval backlog going on BTTV. Yeah, FFZ also has access to BTTV emotes as well. Yeah, I actually use FFZ as well, so that also has access to BTTV. But I'm explaining this as though someone's like, yeah, I just see the weird things of text. I don't fucking see a picture. I just gotta, in case someone's starting from scratch here. So we will look into see about making some of the emotes available to other people as well. Spinny, as a chef just found, will certainly be one of them. Supposedly, if this thing loads properly, you'll also be able to FFC use the original Pim front and Pim back. I don't know about you, but I love the one I'm looking at it on my bar here. Pim, yes, is in the middle. So if I look at it left to right, it actually looks like this, and this. Those of you in chat who have access to those secondary functions will see what I'm talking about. Otherwise, some people just see walls of text. It is what it is. So you got that for you as well. So we're working on it. It's a process. Like I said, some of them will make available to the streamers as well, like the Spinny and a couple other things. Next, have any of you been thinking about getting the Bottoms Resort and Casino chips, the Bet Pib chips? When are you thinking, I don't know, maybe I'll wait till the last second? It is the last second. There is one set remaining. One according to inventory is the only one remaining. So if you're waiting on it, it could be gone in 5 minutes for all I know. The shipper says anything in the hopper, including anything that comes in tonight, should get shipped tomorrow sometime. So if you were thinking about it, tonight could be your last night. The chatbot's gonna spit it out on occasion, but !chips will also bring up the link, and you can decide if you want to have your chips or not. There's some people who apparently love them. Portia's got a set. She seems to freaking like them. Pib, would you ever consider doing another run of chips later? It could happen. It could happen. It's certainly possible. But for now, this is the only... You want a streamer who's selling novelty poker chips? I'm literally the only game in town. Thirdly, other matters on the docket here. We're taking some shows off next week. We haven't taken really shows off in a in a dedicated vacation type function since March when we went to go to Vegas. So we're taking next Sunday's show, next Wednesday's show, and next Thursday's show off. We'll be off the 3 shows. We'll come back. Maybe I'll tell you where we traveled, stuff we did, and then we'll pick up right tail where we left off. Besides, if you're gonna, take a break, you may as well take it in the middle of summer anyway. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous. I gotta work on my tan. I have made no progress on my tan so far this summer. I gotta work on it. So that's another thing. The tan you'll be able to see when I put 10 pounds of makeup on me. So you got that going for you. And then finally, before we get to tonight's shenanery, we got to talk more about the presidential elections. And everyone's like, oh, God, we got to talk about that more. Yes, we'll talk about it a little. Not long, just a little bit, because, details change between, we did a show Sunday night and Kamala Harris, or no, you're pronouncing it wrong. It's not Kamala, or is it Kamala? Kamala? Fuck, now I don't even know how it's pronounced anymore. Kamala is the wrong answer. It's Kamala. Kamala Harris is now pretty much the guaranteed Democratic nominee for President of the United States. She has apparently locked up pretty much all the important endorsements from the House of Representatives, the Senate, major Democratic lawmakers, and most of the delegates who frankly have the most say in it and anything. Yes, exactly, the coconut lady. Exactly. So, everyone's like, oh my God. And of course, everyone's galvanized. She's someone under the age of 80. Now, she has their upsides and she has the downsides. The downsides include the fact that she was a fucking cop. She locked people up. But she's got some upsides. For starters, she's under the age of 80. That always helps. She seems vaguely progressive on a few things. She seems to be a lot more receptive to the plight of Palestinians than most people. She seemed to be a lot more progressive on some other things with 4 main Democratic parties too. Now, all that being said, if you're the sort of person who's like, she's still part and parcel with genocide, I can't support her, by all means. If whatever has happened has done nothing to change your mind that you think voting for them would aid and abet a genocide, you do what you're gonna do. I am not here to change anyone's vote. Absolutely not. However you do this is between you, the ballot box, whoever the fuck you believe in. What happened is the change in candidate happened because the Democrats had lost the normies. The normies are like, I'm pretty sure Joe Biden got mashed potatoes between the ears, and I don't think he can make it. So yeah, Biden's out, Kamala Harris is in, and it's really funny because apparently a senior House leadership for the GOP had to already tell its people, look, quit fucking making comments about a race, okay? Stop it. Stop being a bunch of weird fucking freaks about it. Go after her for policies, not because you think she's the DEI president. That's how you lose the normies. The normies are a weird bunch, I will admit. It is very easy to lose them on certain things. For instance, being a freak about what other people's genitals are. You tend to lose the normies pretty quick when you go the out and about transphobia. Those people look at you and go, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the hell do you care what consenting adults are doing to themselves? What the fuck any business is it of you? That's certainly one way of looking at it. Another thing too is, again, she's got the meme potential. She's got meme potential. The whole, there's this one Republican Twitter account that just keeps trying to find cringe moments of Kamala Harris, and the fucking Gen Zers are just eating it up. They fucking love it. And here's the thing too, like a bunch of Republicans are making like a lot of the obvious misogynistic comments that you would make whenever a woman is seeking higher office. And here's the weird problem. Kamala Harris does not have the baggage necessarily that a Hillary Clinton does. And you keep going in too heavy with that. You have to remember that America is a perpetually horned up, thirsty country. You may just meme hot stepmom into the Oval Office. Help, stepson. The electoral votes are stuck. I'm just saying, that factor can't be ruled out. There is the Kamala Harris angle at play here. Stop, Madam President. What are you doing? I'm not saying it's the main factor, but it can't be ruled out. They're trying to call her out for not having kids. She has stepkids. Here's the problem. You can't go after a woman for not having kids because you're going to piss off all the women who are like, oh, so what am I, a fucking breeding machine for you? Like, that's the thing. She is in a unique position to go after the Republicans and say, you're all a bunch of fucking racists. You're all a bunch of fucking woman haters. Suppose for a moment I was assaulted when I got pregnant. What am I supposed to? Carry this bastard to term while I'm president of the United States? She can go after them in ways that Joe Biden could not. Because Joe Biden always gave the distinct feeling he could give a fuck one way or the other if abortion was or wasn't banned in the United States. But Kamala? Oh, she cares. Oh, she gives a shit. She definitely gives a shit. So libs are having a good time, and I love that for them. Now, that being said, there's the other side of the coin. Again, she is technically, by virtue of being an official in the White House, aiding and abetting a genocide. She did put a lot of people away in her time as a prosecutor, though the party is trying to play that as a positive because they're trying to point out that Kamala Harris is a prosecutor, Donald Trump is a felon. The supposed party of law and order, the Republicans, prefers the felon over the prosecutor. Go figure. But at the same time, this is the only argument I will ever make that, maybe show up for her anyway. Not just because now that the power of the normies are behind her. Again, we all acknowledge that voting, electoralism will not save us. Voting will not save us. If voting were to save us, it would have saved us already. At the same time, you can send a meme lady to the White House and tell Donald Trump to fuck off for the rest of his life. Yeah, but voting won't save us. I know. If you realize that voting alone won't save us, what's the harm in participating anyway? Like, if you go into it with your eyes open, there's no problem, right? At least that's what I think. At the end of the day, you're going to vote whoever you want to vote. I feel the sort of person like, nope, can't do it. She locked up too many people. She's aiding and abetting a genocide, even though she gave, what's his name, Benjamin Netan, fuckface, the snub. You can go, all right, nope, that's fine. It's perfectly fine. So, but yes, at the same time, we have the opportunity to do something really funny. Tell Donald Trump he will never sit in the White House ever again. I can't imagine that guy's got another presidential campaign in him. Oh, extra bonus thing. So some of you are aware that Donald Trump's running mate is an idiot called J.D. Vance. Many of you may go, I don't even know who J.D. Vance was. That's fine. My parents won't know who J.D. Vance is. That's the point. He's apparently a sycophant who will just say whatever he needs to say in order to get ahead. He used to say vaguely liberal things. He thought Donald Trump was like America's Hitler, apparently in 2016. And he's managed to consistently flip-flop his way to being the vice president. Now, the problem is a presidential ticket traditionally kind of needs to have balance. It's like a good cop, bad cop thing. To get back into the cop analogies for a second, Trump is very decidedly the bad cop. In any traditional good cop, bad cop analogy, Trump is the bad cop. The problem is that J.D. Vance is also a bad cop. He wrote the foreword for an upcoming Project 2025 book by the Heritage Foundation, which is great because now the entire ticket can no longer deny having any connection to that group. So when all seemed lost for the Democrats, the Republicans doubled down and went with a guy who's got access to all the reactionary capital money, the Peter Thiel capital, the Gen AI capital, the crypto capital, all of their money. That's why J.D. Vance is on the ticket. Not because he balances it out, but because he opens up so much more campaign finance stuff for the Republicans. And it's kind of like, when you're like way the fuck ahead in something, like a thing of Mario Kart, or you're running down the field with the football and there's like no one 20 yards anywhere near you and you start stunting off and doing stupid dance moves, that's what nominating JD Vance is. It was a dunk that said, Biden's so dead, I could put this fucking idiot as my vice president and I could still win. And then Dark Brandon. Oh my God, he knew this was coming. He feigned illness. He feigned COVID. He feigned being enfeebled. He was like, I'm gonna lull Trump into a false sense of security. And then he got him. Trump nominated JD Vance. So what did Biden do? He dropped out, endorsed Kamala, and now she's in charge. And now, all the momentum is the other way. And oh my God dang it, now JD Vance looks like a horrible pick. Imagine, some of you know Pokemon, right? You know Brock, the guy who's got all the rock-type Pokemon, right? Suppose for a minute you know you're going up against Brock. So you bring all the water Pokemon in the world, because water Pokemon beats rock. And then Lieutenant Surge, the electric gym Pokemon guy, shows up. You're like, oh, fuck. I think I've made a huge mistake. Yeah. Heaven help them if she takes Governor Beshear from Kentucky as her running mate. They'll become 6 ways to Sunday. Oh yeah, JD Vance was trying to say that I drink I drink Diet Mountain Dew. Is that racist? No, you're just racist because you're a racist. It has nothing to do with you consuming the beverage that used to sponsor Dale Earnhardt Jr. in NASCAR. And what's even funnier to you is that R's trying to sue to put Biden back on the ballot. Yeah, and it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna happen. And the DS9 memes would be dank if he was VP. Exactly. You could do DS9 memes. You actually could. I mean, he's a, yeah, that would work actually. So, I mean, their efforts to go. That's the other thing too. Like Donald Trump was like, I spent all this money campaigning against Biden. I want my money back. It's like, congratulations, you campaigned against Biden so hard he pulled out. It worked. I don't know what your fucking problem is. It worked. A little too well, but it worked. Fucking idiot. They're molding so bad because, again, their entire ticket was structured to beat the shit out of Joe Biden. And now he's gone, and now they're dealing with a 59-year-old Gen Xer. Thank God we leapfrogged the baby boomers and went right to the Gen Xers. Who has some energy, who has some ideas that the American people can get behind, namely, hi, you're a crook, I'm a prosecutor, also abortions are awesome, pretty fucking base. Oh, hey, by the way, how about rent utility caps and other things, you know? Like, apparently, she gave a speech, apparently, in Milwaukee yesterday, and I guess the Newsmax chyrons were, like, trying to make her sound evil, and it was like, wait, she went after fossil fuel companies. She supports the rents and utility caps. You're making her sound pretty fucking based. Based by liberal standards, which is admittedly a very low bar, but it is what it is. So. She's sub 60. Yeah, she's 59. Imagine somebody in the White House under the age of 82. There. I think I'm all caught up on the goings of this week. I think. I don't think there's anything else to... Oh, should I shit on... Nah, I'll save bitching about the stupid thing Twitch did some other time. Are we ready to go to court? Or are we ready to go to court? Let's do it. For anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Pib, Patricia Inga Bogart. You may also call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways that he old, and yet time on this channel, this fat-lipped, fat-hipped, fat-boobied, and fat-booty channel is well wasted. Welcome on in. I put the broad in broadcast to the hole in wholesome. I'm Ashford for my own hubris, and though these breasticles might be fake, the retro is real. That's a real Nintendo Switch. Look, you come by on Saturday night. We'll be playing old-timey NES games. It'll look retro then. We have been playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, and it is high time we began the courtroom antics of the final case in this game. The turnabout for tomorrow. Our very own Athena Sykes stands accused not only of the murder of Clay Tarrant, but of her mother, Dr. Metis Sykes. Simon Blackwell's sister is seeking to have his brother's conviction overturned ahead of his death sentence, which will be, unless there is a stay, carried out tomorrow. So I suppose we may as well get into that shit. Also, a minor extra technical thing. I changed the display resolution of my webcam from 720p turned sideways to 1080p turned sideways. Also, this is the wrong save. So if I appear to be slightly higher resolution than I should be, yes. I figured with the new computer and the fancy pants graphics card, I could turn this thing up to 1080p. So I may be coming in slightly clearer than usual. Anyway, here we go. We'll be now. This case is taking place in the afternoon. This case is taking place in the ruined, the bombed-out courtroom number 4, because it was the only courtroom we could find on short notice. Oh, should I also mention to you that Simon Blackwell's sister, Aura Blackwell, took hostages at the Space Center, including Phoenix Wright's daughter, Trucy. So we're actually doing this entire case under duress because she's threatening to execute hostages unless we find her brother innocent. So, yeah, that's also a factor in this.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
So we have 2 objectives. 1, find Simon Blackwell innocent. 2, also find Athena Sykes innocent. This is going to be a tall ask. Is Metis Sykes a play on words? It probably is. I did a little research. I looked at those special Cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. Athena has a series of 5 black Cyclocks guarding whether or not she thinks she killed her mother when she was 11 years old. I said it at the time. I feel like I'd remember if I killed my mother. Hi, Mom. I feel like I'd remember if I killed you. Mom's like, what the fuck? Get him to shut up about that. A red Cyclock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep. That's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. Yeah, Metis is quite literally the mother of Athena in Greek mythology. Exactly. But a black Cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. You've been waiting a long time to do this. Well, you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. If you wanted marbles, you should have asked 5 minutes ago. We'll leave it in the hopper. Okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclocks. According to my research, a black Cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Insert joke here. Yeah, we could traumatize her by the same way of making her watch Blue Velvet. I don't know why all the critics gushed over that movie. All I saw was David Lynch jerking off all over a movie for 2 hours. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. All right. Will you be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. All right. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. My, they grow up so fast. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. Hey, Percy, come get this useless shit like you usually do in Princess Tomato in a Salad Kingdom. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. All right, here we go. District Court, courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Would all rise for the Right Honorable Judge Dumbass. Oh, he didn't gavel in. I'll gavel in for him. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sachs.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial.
This is the individual who was taken hostages, speaking through a robot.
Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell, Your Honor. I'm begging you, they've got my daughter.
Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sachs.
He's here. This is no trial. Something more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce is a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in this odious, dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect is emerged in the UR1 case. 7 years. Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right? The situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. Prosecution moves to indict Athena Sachs on account of murder in the first degree. Come on, production values.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sachs.
Your Honor, The defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
My voice acting's better. There's immense sexual tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off in that nice little cafe in Paris. Edgeworth was there. I could tell something was bothering him. He had his cup of tea in his hand. I reached forward. I gently scratched the outside of his palm with my finger. Edgeworth reflexively shivered. Right, don't, he said. What's wrong, honey? Right, I don't want to talk about it. I insisted. You've got to tell me. Please. He set the cup of tea down. Right. I'm too thirsty for your fucking cock to fucking deal with what we came here to research. There, Cupcake. Does that help you out now? Does that help with your headcanon of Phoenix and Edgeworth? Good! It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find that these days? You don't want to be fucking lobbyists. You bet Wright knows the exact heft of his gavel. No fucking shit. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did the deed either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that, when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth, a.k.a. District Attorney Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm as a plain, simple prosecutor. Very well, your opening statement, please, plain, simple Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although, I've been known as of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right, I was just joking, and having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. We'll start with a brief overview of the R1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmo Spice Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. Victim, psychologist Miss Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. I did not mean to rhyme. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photograph, which captured the moment of the crime. Okay. Very incriminating evidence indeed. That could be Skeet Ulrich from behind for all we know. He's an idiot. I just think he has a funny name. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, Coltram is chilly. Sitting for too long can't be too good for your back. Oh, you're very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly and the millennials. Oh, does your back hurt? Or are you just on all the painkillers? As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. Prosecution calls its first witness. A witness decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. Just high 90% of the time. That works. New testimony? And just who is this witness, anyway? All the millennials say, yes, our backs do hurt. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Thora Blackwell. Why? She's got a robot providing a live feed. Why the fuck can't she just testify for herself? Her little Elon Musk-ass robot is literally like right behind you, but okay. She says she's too busy, well, with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. Though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she supposedly conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on those notes. Here I go. All right. Witness testimony being delivered by proxy via Detective Bobby Fulbright or a Blackwell's theory. Simon isn't a murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else is at the scene at the time Missing Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Tina Sykes. Is that so? And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, eh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling, and apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. Yeah, you can see them on the left side of this photograph here. In, yeah, ascending order. In today's trial, Dr. Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in a car, or at least at a robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving a scene with a case. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. The 7-year-old video has been updated in the court record. Blackwell was apparently the only person to pass through at the time of the crime. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Spice Center in a Sykes family residence. Why the f*** were they living there? Are you telling me my taxes are going toward some hoity-toity family living in a fancy building? What the fuck is this? What is this, Britain? And next we're gonna put them on the backs of fucking money or something? What the hell's going on here? I am not paying taxes for this. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi because she's a fucking 11-year-old at the time. That is what the evidence is saying, yes.
I understand the reason behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. Victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl?
Of course, the girl has a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, ain't you, Your Honor?
Are you referring to that weird therapy thing? Yeah, she's done it a few times in court. It's weird, metaphysical, and honest to God, I couldn't really wrap my head around it. What the hell do I care? I'm Judge Dumbass. I don't even know how I got this job.
So yeah, hearsay testimony, also if they consider the evidence to be true, could actually be used with the result of the trial be used as grounds to convict. I don't know. We'll just have to see. Yeah, exactly. But I've got conjecture and hearsay. Those are kinds of evidence. The ability to read emotions from speech, the subject of a mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Prosecutor Answorth, are you seriously suggesting some kind of weird fucked up child abuse?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to stand the anguish of the experiments. Mild context, Athena Sykes basically has reverse, no, not reverse. You know the Mel Gibson movie, What Women Want, where he can hear the thoughts of all the women around him? She's basically afflicted with the same curse for some reason. Except instead of hearing women inexplicably thirsting for Mel Gibson, she just hears all their emotions, I guess. So she had to wear these big stupid earmuffs to block them out or something like that. Look, it's Ace Attorney. It doesn't have to make sense. Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Instead of, I don't know, calling child services or something. Ah!
Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, take the Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
Whack. Should roll this thing more over so you can actually see me going whack. Anyway, let's cross-examine Aura Blackwell by way of Bobby Fulbright. He's not that the murderer is coming for someone. A likely story.
Hold it!
So Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else? Yes, that's precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Roy. Yeah, well, I don't think I've seen this one, so obviously one of us is going to be disappointed. But Athena Sykes certainly doesn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expected no less.
Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating.
Oh, I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going, eh?
By God, I can feel the sexual tension.
Someone else was at the scene of the crime time when the blah, blah, blah.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims. How?
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
You're the one who screamed, hold it, and cut me off. Fine. maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on here. If he was out to steal the moon rock, why the rolling case? Go on.
Hold it!
This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it. And, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Right, because there's 3 in the first picture, but 2 in the second. Yes, that's the other one. Ms. Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these 2 photos. Well, whoop-de-f***it-do. Call Newsmax. What do I care? She has? Hey, what's their conclusion? You're the one with the notes, you fucking bed end. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, of course. I'm reading them now. So why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why.
Hold it!
A likely story. And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing the other day? It's your own daughter's magic show. She fit a grown person into a small box. Oh, yeah! Oh, way to ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show? Oh, I wish I would have thought to invite me. You ever see Ocean's 11? Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell is using a case to hide someone. The only person who's small enough to fit was Tina Sykes.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture. And it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in the case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. Moon rock was egg-shaped, only about 8 inches in diameter. Wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock. Edgeworth, what country are we in right now? This is America! We built an industry out of ferrying people around and larger than they needed. Explain the modern truck industry! Explain the modern sex toy industry! Oh, this butt plug is all small, but you inflate it, makes big and round, and suddenly your insides can't control themselves! Bigger is always better!
Objection!
Like I said, be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. And let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? It could be the moon rock. I would deliberately take something that was larger than what I need to throw you idiots off. What, you think I'm gonna move? You think I'm gonna move the Castafiore Emerald in a small itty-bitty box? No, I'm picking up a giant freight container so people don't think that's what's in there. Well, Mr. Rat, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Yes? I know exactly what Professor Blackwell carried from the scene. I'm not gonna drop a Price's moon rock loose inside a box and have something in it to keep from getting banged up. Yeah, that too. Couple of t-shirts or whatever. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'm very interested in hearing your theory, if it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now, and Lady Luck will never fail you with these limited edition Bottom Resort Casino Bet Pip chips. So limited, there's only one available. Statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration.
All right then, Mr. Rat. Let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder?
I don't know. Let me look at the other picture for a second. I don't know. I don't see this bionic commando ass looking arm in the pictures.
Take that!
Please notice there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo, taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture.
And it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? It is not to us to question why someone would want that fucking robot arm. Revolver Ocelot grafted Liquid Snake's arm to himself. It's not for us to judge why he wanted that particular arm. Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which...
Well, what are you looking at? I'm going to start charging for each glance, per eyeball.
Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it kind of does, doesn't it? The case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm. Again, Judge! I don't have to stuff the world's biggest dildo into my butt, but I do it anyway! Bigger is better!
But was it really just the one arm that was in there? Phoenix! Well, that changes the context of that statement slightly now, doesn't it? Was it just the one arm that was buried deep in your pussy? Oh my. If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was the other robot that was in the case.
What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I could even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But, Mr. Rat, I thought you were more the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. The VCR in the office still blinks 12, 12, 12, 12. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. See, if we look at the Hat 1 exhibit, there's this picture of Klonko with an extremely banged up arm. It's that one.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. Okay, I got the names mixed up, but whatever. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Whack.
Whack. Order in the court! Order, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this?
I could say that the robot is about the same size as a child. It cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Why can't Metroid ball? Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't possibly fit in there. Case does come to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. What a pair of delicious thighs it is. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit in the case by dismantling her? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. Appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push you, Mr. Nick? Sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the type of the robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean, the S word? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them.
Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... I do, Your Honor. That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko was scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. His pants feet, you might even say.
Not hearing this.
Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder.
Yes! My hands! My body! Where am I? Gosh!
Ouch. I'm giving legal Madonna in the best ways. Oh, I know. Hey, giving Papa welcome on in. Order! Order in the court!
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards.
The photo of the crime scene has been updated to reflect that it does not show the moment of the crime. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully, I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
What do you want? Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. All right. What's going on here? Never good when he plays things this straight. Yeah, especially when, you know, he isn't gay. Does prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now, I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Fuckface. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth, that sassy bitch has been one step ahead of me this whole time.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, are you suggesting Prosecutor Blackwell is two weevils and Athena Sykes in a trench coat? Are you suggesting that? Are you suggesting that? He's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding someone or something. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it. The sign had a highly distinctive shape.
Bloodstain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item. In fact, he still fucking wears it. Oh, wait, this. Hang on, never mind. Of which there's only one in the world. Special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said it might have made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood spatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp.
Most gruesome stamp indeed.
Hey, look, can I see this fucking thing? Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by a splatter, away from the crime scene. It's proved that Athena Sykes was, without a question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Well, it's a fucking shitty argument, you hack. Nah!
Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making a ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. We've all seen Terminator, right? Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? Oh, Christ. No, I didn't see any record of it. Why the fuck would we interview a robot? I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
Robot witness? God damn it, you're the fucking worst. Order! Order in the court! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to stand over the years. A pirate, a ghost, fucking creeper. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me any more with him.
Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot, you little wanker. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Phoenix, are you questioning his bottoming abilities? It's gonna be like this all night, folks.
You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
All right, Bonko, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I want them answered immediately. Who is your daddy, and what does he do?
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Menace Sykes. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m., in the robotics lab.
Certainly! Just one moment. Searching data. Click word. Buzz. Search complete. Yes! I was there in the robotics lab!
Would saying this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all? This is great! I just knew Ponko must have seen something important.
Murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today?
All right, the testimony of a fucking robot. What I saw.
I went to the robotics lab around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came and hugged Mommy Menace. And then Mommy Menace fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There was no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
Also, they're a fucking robot. Oh, I disagree. This testimony shows the defendant did indeed commit the crime. Yeah, fucking what? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. Tell that to the generative AI dicks.
So what are you suggesting?
The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They do if they get kneed in the balls. I got a cousin. If I see him again, I'm gonna kick him there.
They don't, but,
Yes, what this witness's statements all telling us is that when I kicked my cousin in the gonads 20 years ago, this is revenge for when you were a kid! That the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. Well, that's an awfully generous read, don't you think? What? Farmer Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes. Did the two of them converse? Talk about literature? Maybe discuss the reading of Dr. Zhivago?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly. But I don't know what they said, because I can't fucking hear anything. Also, how did I even hear this question? Athena's usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see. Murder after a heated argument. And the victim fell down.
Also, we're talking to a fucking robot. These things can be programmed to do whatever we want. Here, let me click a couple of things. Click, buzzword. Okay, Ponko, what do you think now?
Oh, I think so. I think the judge committed the murder. I think he took his gavel and he plunged the stick part of it deep into Dr. Menace's chest. And then he danced up and down and said, "Yeehaw, I'm a murderer. I won't have to answer for this in 7 years."
Your Honor, do you accept that you are indeed the murderer? It's the same basis the robot fucking said it. Everyone in here just heard the robot say it. Fucking morons. I agree that it sounds like a reasonable interpretation. Again. However, Bonko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You might as well admit defeat now, alright? Cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. The cross-examination is never useless. You fuck. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. Robots don't lie, huh? Robots don't lie? Okay. Explain this ancient AI picture of Elon Musk. Explain yourself, Edgeworth. This whole picture is nothing but lies. And I don't even know where to start with it. The fact none of the grout work makes sense. The fact that there's a Tesla car inside of a Tesla branded toaster oven. That Elon Musk is jacked. That this wall outlet looks like this. You surprised they got the hands right? The hands are covered. We have no idea if they're right. You're telling me that robots are incapable of lying? It was a different time. Yeah, it doesn't even say Tesla. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. Oh, I see you haven't changed. You never really wanted to worry about wasting time. Oh, they are just the sassiest gay couple. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. All right. Let's interrogate a fucking robot then. Why not? What I saw. Ah! Hufflepuff, so true. So very true. Welcome on in. All right, let's see. 2 p.m. for your regular recharge. Go on.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power, else I stop working. I got the lamp to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder?
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m.
Okay. Then Athena came and hugged Mommy Metis. Go on.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Is that correct?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Because Christ, the captioner can barely figure out what I'm saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
Why, if it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame my little friend wasn't listening in, however. You could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. How does it determine if it's being addressed or not? Do you have to say, computer, before? Now then, what happens after that? Mommy Menace fell down after that. You were recharging, so you don't know shit.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Menace was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart? Mr. Roy, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Ah, it's like the heartbeat sensors from Rainbow Six. Well, now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. Wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko! How was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. Yes, how fucking convenient. It does appear detected an increased heart rate the moment it is stabbing. The alleged stabbing? Alleged stabbing? You haven't proven anything yet. Alleged stabbing, you fuck. Nah.
After Mommy Menace's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where this giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Well, there is one thing. Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Mommy Menace fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Okay. We'll come back to that. After the charge was cleaning the room, Mr. Simon came in.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackwell? I wonder what he went there for.
His objective? I don't know.
I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So what happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived? The error occurred.
Hold it!
I can guess what that is. You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if...
All data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that.
The answer to that question is right here. Yeah. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows the robot was being taken apart. Exactly. We can conclude that Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled. Indeed. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yes, that's basically what Ms. Blackwell explained to us, too. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer that apparently can't be fucked with at all. When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she is now still able to give testimony about the events of the day. Fascinating. It's as if she could be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns. Also, have we had any of our tech nerds verify the integrity of that server to make sure that information was tampered with at all? Have we? There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. Edgeworth chose to interpret hugged as stabbed, but I'd better try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena, I'm gonna save you. Now then, let us return to the amended fourth statement here that says Mommy Menace fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. However, if we were to reference the original autopsy report, the cause of death was a stab wound to the chest, and it was instantaneous. If it was instantaneous, how did you detect anything?
Objection!
Ah, never mind. Fuck. Maybe I should press the statement.
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one do you mean?
The one on the right near the hanging skull. That hanging skull was Mommy Menace's prized possession.
Okay, the picture's the crime scene from 7 years ago. There was definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side wall. But is there some problem with this statement? Okay, well, supposedly she fell on the round window, near the round window on the workbench side of the room. Well, let's have a look at these, file photos from back in the day. Victim's body was found on a table. Well, here's the thing, right? Okay, let's have a look at the... Do we have the file photo of the place from back then, or do we just not have that? Well, in any event, here's my question, right? You're saying that Mommy Menace fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room? How? There's shit in the way!
Objection!
It's gonna be one of those cases, isn't it? The thing is that we already presented the autopsy at this one, so that's not it. Alright, time to start save scumming. So she fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. Katana. Belonged to the victim. Victim's body was found on the operating table. Katana. Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning. Can also recognize a person. Can infer. Well, okay, here's the other thing. If death was instantaneous, how'd you detect her fall down?
Objection!
Oof. Huh. We did the autopsy report. We did the 7-year-old photos.
Objection!
Okay, I don't get how that's correct, but... Okay, I guess... Alright. Let's try that again. So she fell down near the round window on the workbench side near the room. Well, if death was instantaneous and the victim was found on this doodad here, your statement doesn't quite line up with things now, does it?
Objection!
That's the real version. Chat, you didn't see shit before. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy!
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. I was thinking too fancy pants. I should have gone with the obvious. But the operating table and the workbench are 2 different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned of a new crucial fact. What could explain the 2 very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. The only explanation is the victim walked to the operating table herself. Hello, Rish. Welcome on in. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
Whoa! Oh, am I very relieved to hear that. Glad to know the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
Green? But I can't ever recall seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes are the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim are the only ones present.
Then who do you suggest move the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Mr. Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to what?
And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something is an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yeah, the tag with a barcode on it. We robot scan and tell us what a thing is.
A paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. By the way, the command that just went into chat there saying that the bottoms of Orange Casino Bet Pibs chips are available for purchase now. Supplies are limited. This product will be retired on Saturday, July 27th. It's so limited, there's literally only one set left. The shipper says they've only got one set left unaccounted for. So the next person who orders it will be the last person who gets to order it. So if you were thinking about it, you were going to be, I don't know, maybe I'll wait. The next person to do it is the last person to do it. Just putting that out there. So it would identify that Miss Panko here can't identify what was moved.
My name is Ponko. I'm gonna fucking kill you, limey fuck.
We humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
We do? You mean we can make rulings based off our imaginations? Therefore, I do rule that, per this court of law, I have the biggest penis in all the land. Make it so. Biggest dick, hell yeah.
And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere,
Objection!
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude!
You twist that dick!
Twist his dick!
Twist his dick!
Oh my god.
Oh, dick twist! Take that!
exactly. Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Ah! Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, right? The victim's heart was stopped. The robot detection system will be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore a white coat while she was working. She kept the jack with ID tag on it draped over a chair in a robotics lab. It only wore for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing an ID tag at the time. She could have been moving a pile of bullshit! You don't fucking know that! You can't build a murder case on happenstance and theory. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. And if you fucking suggest that one more time, I'll turn your body into an object. Asshole.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. Boy, when you're grasping the facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. Nah, he's right, for as fucking stupid as that is. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table as she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order! I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my goddamn life. But if that's the case, I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right. And the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table is like a magic box. It can make robots appear, disappear in seconds. You're not... But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed with what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like magic to me what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting a fucking 11-year-old thought that a robot assembly chair would fix a person. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It's Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. Oh, she must have thought the machines heal in the same way that people do. Oh, shit. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild. Ah, damn it, he might be onto something. No way! I refuse to believe it! Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanished without a trace... But Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, you all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table... Hold it! No! Don't say another word! Just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence that she could get away with a crime.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
You know what? I changed my mind. I don't think Miles Edgeworth deserves having his games remastered for the Nintendo Switch. Actually, you know what? Fuck this guy. Fuck him forever.
That can't be true!
Yeah, you got a funny way of helping us, Edgeworth.
Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say!
Edgeworth! She was just a little kid, you sick fuck! How can you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible?
Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as the prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. No, I came here to seek the truth. You came here to be a fucking bullshit artist. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility. You could rationalize anything. There's this old internet meme picture of someone losing their shit at a cartoon representation of Adolf Hitler and looking all, let's say, extremely overpassioned on the issue. And then the little picture of Hitler is like, gosh, I just want to exterminate a whole bunch of people, make the world a better place. But I guess that's just too mature a concept for you, isn't it?
You're literally being Hitler right now! Stop being Hitler!
Objection!
Yeah!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. Phoenix, you may be right, but this isn't helping. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
I suppose there could be another way of interpreting it, and I suppose not being nearly as much of a sick fuck. All right, I'll go with that one instead. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't fucking matter either way. See, that's projection. Edgeworth looked at this and went, I bet you could use this thing to kill people. That's how, given the opportunity, Edgeworth would kill, and he will. I mean, you know what? I bet he actually did kill that guy at that lake on Christmas. I bet he actually did kill that guy. After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if she had never happened. That's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, I suppose that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget that the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. The body was moved per the defendant's command. Allegedly! Allegedly! These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true! Mr. Rat, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? No, but I'd like to go over there and knock his teeth out of his mouth. Does that work for evidence, Your Honor?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it does. 10-minute recess so Mr. Rat can knock the taste out of Mr. Edgeworth's mouth.
Evidence. Right. Let's see.
I can't think of anything.
I'm afraid I don't have any evidence to refute imaginary. Why would you need evidence to refute this? There's been no evidence presented to support it. Why do I have to disprove with evidence what he put out without? Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned the truth isn't always pretty. Really? Really? You learn the truth isn't always pretty. Have you learned to substantiate the truth with evidence? Because I don't think you have. Now accept the truth, Mr. Roy. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. All right, fine. Fuck it, I admit it. We're going to lunch. Bye. fine, you got me. She fucking killed someone. All right, fine. All right, congratulations. You got me. I fucking quit. You can all kiss my ass, suck my cock, whatever. I'm gonna go fuck off to Vegas. Oh, that's not an option? All right, fine. I'll just have to entertain this bullshit artist. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. Hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no further need to prolong the trial, which zero evidence has been presented by the prosecution in his trial that's not really real. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough if you bury your head 10 feet up your own ass, but there's no way Athena could have done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Deus Ex Machina, help me out! Thank you! Oh, shit. Prosecutor Blackwell? This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on. We're listening. Oh, could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness, I will take the stand. I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please, go ahead. That guy's got a fucking sword. We're not taking no for an answer here. All right, 7 years ago, Prosecutor Blackwell is now giving testimony. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was! I don't believe you. Little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony? You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
I resent that. I built my entire fucking case on it. How do you explain the fact that the defendant and the robot moved something?
Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena, you dumbass!
This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we can bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell?
Nuh! Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the sticks. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget, I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you gonna cover for her?
Miss Blackwell, shut the fuck up.
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. Give a counter-argument and present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom, isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Blackwell, you selfish. You were gonna say the C word, weren't you, Edgeworth, huh? You were gonna say it, weren't you?
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. Known as counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
I haven't cross-examined the guy yet. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Now what? Oh, hi! Athena, what are you... Are you feeling okay? They let you out of jail for this? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. No shit! Fuck it, it's time for your little doodad. Yeah, she's breached containment. She's gotten out.
General quarters. All hands man your battle stations. Set material conditions Zebra throughout the ship. Make Zebra report to DC Central.
I mean, legally, the pseudo-defendant should be permitted to assist in her own defense. So there you go. All right, stand down from Red Alert. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Shikes, Dono! No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
Shut the fuck up. These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible trial? Emotional damage. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming and he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. That idiot. Not being heard no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks! That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I ate my vitamins. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But, Miss Sachs, do you realize what it would mean? You were the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth.
Athena's being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify once more about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Yeah, a little bit, because here's the deal, Athena. We've been live for about 2 hours. So we're going to take a little BRB. Permit y'all get up and stretch, use the rest facilities, grab a White Claw, and we come back. More courtroom stuff, possibly mumbles if we can confirm that the person who called them in is still here. We'll be right back.
Hello. Okay. I believe I've composed myself.
Oh, bicycle! Perfect! Eat bicycle. Hey, I wonder if that guy likes bicycle. Bicycle don't seem to do much to this guy. No, it does not. Fuck! Get back behind me, you jackass. Uh-oh. Oh, shit! I think I broke my car. I think I fell and broke my car. I thought I was reaching for the, oh God, oh no. Oh no! This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Car is just mildly on fire. It's fine. It's okay. It's all right. Nothing to see here. I just can't see what I'm doing. Everything's fine.
Weary of war, and that our people only want peace. We will sign this treaty. We will come together as brothers, and then we will crush them. Yes, General. It is a trap. And you, my friend, are the bait.
Did you hear that? Tim Curry said, I'm bait. Love that. All right, fine. You want to be a fuck? Here. Here, be a fuck with a broken arm. Now it is. You're not really going to try and punch me, are you, bro? Hey, where the hell do you think you're... Hey, you dropped your gun. Bro, you dropped your gun. Do you want it back? You dropped your 9mm. Hi, you want it back? I'll give it to you one fucking bullet at a time, asshole.
Have to stop defining Atlantic City purely by could it sustain 12 casinos or not. There's not a place outside of Las Vegas that can do that.
Heartbreaking. The worst guy you know just made a great point. This got over 100 likes on Instagram. All right, one thing we're going to check before we go any further here. Is there an MSK still in attendance? The front desk is looking for MSK if they are still here. They called in Mubbles earlier, but it was like, you know, we were getting on a roll here, so we're just going to see if they're here. We'll give it a moment or two here. And if so, we'll proceed. And if not, we'll do a refund and they can try again later. All right. Otherwise, it seems we'll probably start hitting Athena with some truth bombs over here. In any event, for anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Patricia Inga Bogart. You may also call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways that he old, and your time on this channel. This fat-lipped, fat-hipped, fat-boobied, and fat-bootied channel is, of course, and is always well-wasted. Welcome on in. I put the broad in broadcast to the whole and wholesome. I'm H for my own hubris, and though these breasticles might be fake, the retro is real. That's the real Nintendo Switch. Like I said, you come back for the Saturday night show, we'll be playing a real old-timey nest. It'll look old-timey then. Are you kidding me? I'll have played Ace Attorney 9 times in a 30-day period. It's gonna be like all Nintendo games for months. Alright, MSK going once. MSK going twice. Alright, sold. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and we will refund that particular expenditure here, and then we'll simply proceed with the broadcast. I just have to make sure I hit the correct button here. There. That should go down as a refund. You'll redeem your points. Well, here's the problem. There's only the one redemption, so technically it can no longer be done. In any event, it seems it's time for us to pry open Simon Blackwell's heart and get to some real truth bombs. Let's do this. Let me hear the voice of your heart, bitch. Activate the titty thingy. All right. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Then I committed the act. How cathartic it was. He's very happy about all of this. Is this showing a plunge? Sort of. Why would you be happy with her being there at the same time you're angry with her being there? Got it! This feeling of happiness, even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet. I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Jesus, that did quite a bit. Just now, you said that when you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes, but the first thing you did was wonder if a kitty cat is fucking behind the green screen. Hi, Spoon. Hey, no, Spoon, come here. No? You don't want to make an appearance on the internet? Whatever. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology because, like, he learned it from, like, my mom or something all the time she was fucking him. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at them. Hit him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Activate tap things. Alright. Went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. This info's now been updated. When you found Athena in the robotics lab, you were relieved. But you would not be swayed from your purpose, so you waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did, you plunged the katana in. You seem real conflicted about that for some reason. Got it! Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What?
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who'd lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Gah! He can't be talking about that, can he?
I was just a convenient subject for her research.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject.
What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. It was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment, I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright, how are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? Not having any existential crises yet?
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss.
You say that now.
Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased.
What? Oh, God damn it.
It went up? I've never seen it do that before, usually only on Edgeworth. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims seem more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise.
How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give a verdict. Give up on his lost cause. Let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
No, bitch!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradiction, testimony, or inconsistent emotions. Let's go with the emotions. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions.
Got it, boss! But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over.
You heard crying from next door. Of course you were worried. You hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before you could lead, Athena out there, curse your luck, Dr. Sykes came in. And then you had no choice but to kill her.
Why would you be shocked at the door opening?
Got it!
Why should that be so? You thought you knew what would be in there. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? All right, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. A toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes was full of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over daughter 24 hours a day.
So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it?
That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko with the katana that was up there in the lab. That flickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. God damn it. It's at 100% now. What's going on here? And then when we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. What an asshole. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate.
It's
Pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Well, I tell you what. Well, we already did emotions. Let's go after testimony. Alright, let's go for the testimony. Because we never did cross-examine. You never did do that. Oh, it seems we can't press on anything either. We can only present. Feeling of dread, you open the robotics lab door. Just then, Ponko attacked you. You retaliated by cutting it into pieces. It was Ponko. Ponko attacked you, retaliated by cutting it into pieces. I don't know. Yeah, I wish you could use Ponko's testimony here, and yeah, no kidding. Retaliated by cutting him into pieces. The photo shows Blackwell taking the robot apart. There's a blood stain on the end of the robot's arm. Okay, but if the sequence of events is that you cut up Ponko and then killed the doctor, why is both the blade and the arm already covered in what is allegedly the victim's blood?
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo.
That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which tempts me from my sin?
The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Rat. I've seen alien movies. I know they're white.
No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood.
That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency.
Oh, fuck. Nah.
You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko, and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture.
What? But I couldn't be.
Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now!
Phew! You've no idea what you're doing!
His voice? There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a clusterfuck. Or a violent whirlpool. I guess that works too.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this! Never have I been forced to reveal so much. The rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Yeah, about that. I mean, I could guess what I think he saw. Following the sound of crying, he opened the lab door. You saw it, that terrible scene. Before he could lead Athena out of there, Dr. Sykes came in. You saw that terrible scene. What's causing the strong emotions? It's Athena, obviously! Got it! When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor?
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me? Too? Please? I mean, I've kicked your ass like twice. He's getting sweaty.
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Tono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright!
Emotional damage.
It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while a bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a soft look in her eyes as she sweetly said,
We're going to some dark places before we get to the light.
something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. That's what I saw, and now you have it. It's truth that you so desperately wanted.
I guess I don't know what I wanted. No. Oh, come on. You had to know this was a distinct possibility. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? Emotional damage. No! How did you, Regal Roadkill? You picked a time to get here. So it was me? I'm the one who killed my mother? No, you were just found with the body. This doesn't prove shit. Athena! We still lack conclusive testimony to convict you. Calm down. As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. All right, I feel like I haven't spoken in like 20 fucking minutes. Murder, assembly on an operating table, scientist using a daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Ashina didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me. I just kind of, I kind of need a moment of levity for like 2 seconds here, just because. I just, I just really felt like we needed some uplifting music for a moment. Did a kitty walk around me? I must have missed it. Oh, MSK, we refunded we refunded you chippies. We put out a call for you after the break and you weren't there, so we gave you chippies back so you can try it again some other time. Anyway, I imagine, well, how does that song go? Anyway, I've caused enough emotional damage to chat. She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because she could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input and the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. Those headphones was what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
Oh, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
The love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. But what happened has to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it.
So you took the blame yourself. When you're mentor more alike than you know.
Ponko is a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. And I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of the case.
Hold it! No, we don't! No, not yet! It can't end like this!
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Roy. The truth has been revealed. Oh, you're the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you. For the last time, yes! I'm not, but this... I can't give up now. I have to say something. Anything, even if it's bullshit. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence, I think. Mr. Wright? Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now.
I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Hey, Athena. Well, welcome on. Or Leanna, I should say. Athena! What are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts.
Yeah, but how'd you kill her?
I admit my guilt.
Again, I said at the top of the show, I feel like I would remember killing my mother. I feel like I would remember that.
But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess?
Very well. Then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Oh, boy.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena! Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared. The dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
Okay, yeah, that's a detail, all right.
Your Honor, please find me guilty.
You mean you mean the movie with the what's his name from the Triple X and Fast Vin Diesel? That movie? I dare say all these memories that no one but the murderer would have.
I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter argument?
Me?
Objection!
Obviously. I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright?
But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Shut the fuck up. It's Shut the Fuck Up Friday. Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end, Athena. You are not a murderer.
Objection!
Shut up! I said that you never changed because you have actually regressed in these years. I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. And I'm gonna take this stupid cravat and strangle you with it if you don't shut the fuck up. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. I've seen the introduction to Star Trek Enterprise. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart, there might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos. But still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence.
I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Sachs' confession?
My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now. Blood on her hands would be on the hilt of the blade.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Rat? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. And frankly, also your fingerprints should be on it. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. All right, you know what? You've been pissing me off all evening, Edgeworth. I have to watch something because I need this. You've been pissing me off all fucking night. All fucking night. And I want this and I need it. I need it right now.
Of Independence with a giant wad of chewing gum stuck to it. I do not believe that Maya Fey committed the act of nuking the country of Turkey.
And I had to find that in 3 days in a country where it's not even supposed to be, so I hate this court.
Right. And officially, you are not objection.
Oh, god damn it, Edgeworth.
Well, Mr. Wright, you may have proven that she didn't do it, but then who did do it?
I don't know, I'm just here to prove she didn't do it.
I don't know, he's got a little bit of a point, you know?
Wait, what?
I mean, the only proposed suspect was Maya, and it couldn't have been the heir, and I also lack object permanence, so, it might still be Maya.
I just gave you 20 pieces of evidence showing that she didn't do it.
Don't know what that is. Forgot it happened. I forgot. Nope. Not in my brain.
It's the detective's job to find the suspects. I'm the fucking defense.
Detective Gumshoe, what is your input? I don't want to look around that crime scene anymore. My feet hurt real bad, and the crime. That is a good point, right? His feet are getting real tired looking around the crime scene. They hurt so bad.
This is completely ridiculous.
I don't know, I kind of empathize.
Maya, what?
Well, you know when you have to clean your room, but you just really, really want to go to the mall? That must be what it's like for this poor man, you know?
Maya, if I agree with them, you can't go to the mall anymore because you'll be in prison.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna shut up.
So, who did it?
Are you asking me to just accuse someone without any evidence in a courtroom?
That sounds really good right now, yes.
Fuck it, Edgeworth did it.
What? Why would he do such a thing?
Because we have just as much evidence he did it as Maya, except he's a dick.
He really is. Shut up, that doesn't prove that I committed genocide.
I mean, you've been accusing Maya more than anyone. I'm just saying, kind of deflecty.
Yeah, that is sketchy. Why putting so much? Because I'm the prosecutor. Sounds like excuses to me. Your Honor, this has to be a human rights violation. Boring. Miss Edgeworth, because you are rude, you are definitely guilty of genocide. You'll be thrown in a vat of acid immediately.
What?
Adjourned. No. Well, I'm off to go home and play with jingling keys while wondering how I got this job.
So can we go to the mall now?
I might have just killed an innocent man.
Oh, we might have. Oh, God.
I just kind of needed that for a minute. Yes, get the vat of acid immediately. Moving on. The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with. We can't mull over every minor detail.
It is a court of law. It's our job to mull every minor detail, you fuck.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what his contradiction with the memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something, please. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone.
But she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think! What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The defendant used a different weapon, not that the blood was wiped off. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to? Wrong voice. What are you up to this time? Also, Captioner, are you okay? Hello? Captioner, are you working properly? Okay, apparently it is, but the thing in OBS is shitting itself. Or maybe not. I don't know. Anyway. This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good! The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent.
A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Right, of course you would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Roy. You just speak without thinking again, as always. How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now! That's right, I did, because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something! Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos? Wait a minute! There is something! There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. One of the Gyaxa Center utility knives.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this ones are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab, especially, would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
Besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. Here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents.
You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? How they're so obviously out of order? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. I don't know, bro. I've seen your office. Garish would be the word I'd use to describe it.
Now, we are simply watching out for your ocular health. You do have those glasses after all. Please proceed, Mr. Rat.
Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
I see that they do, but what significance does that have?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this toolkit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man! Show the court then, if you would. What pattern design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools? The one in the fucking Space Center, you gonad!
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent?
The GAXA logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, GAXA is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center.
Look at how bright the GAXA logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going.
GAXA, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Because NASA got defunded?
I think I see it now, but,
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If you were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the GAXA logo.
so it would. That means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, eat shit! Admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one! No! Got him!
Order! Order in the court! God damn, that was a great sick bird, Mr. Rat!
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Cat got your tongue, bitch? Very well, let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Well, then I'd ask you to produce it. Don't be ridiculous. Are you just changing the premise of your entire argument? Well, I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon. There's a lot of blood on that weapon, bro! And then concealed the knife on a personage until Blackwell carried her away. Her hands are covered in blood. There's no blood on the hilt, you fuck.
That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence.
If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fight has dealt you a cruel hand. You have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you there were only two people in the lab at the time of the murder? And that is the defendant herself for cold stabbing someone with her own hands. No. That is not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes, and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if. Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradiction keeps vanishing because the charge is true. Suspicion keeps coming back to defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Nah. Ah! Couldn't they look at the wounds of the victim to identify the weapon? You're expecting too much of police in this universe. Hey, Vibe Boy, welcome on in. Nah! I don't want to believe it.
It can't be true. But what if? Mr. Rat, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No! Snap out of it, Phoenix! What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix! If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Let's fucking go! I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? It's not Meta Sykes. She wasn't there yet. It's not Athena. She's there. It had to be someone else. A third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait. That's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person? To avoid detection, they could have posed as Meta Sykes. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this to pose as the victim, her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. What a stupid fucking system. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead at that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit! That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit! Now that Mr. Royd has finally finished thinking, let's bring this to a swift end, please. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor. So that we might move on to the hostage negotiations. You are... Oh, fuck both of you. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking, I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Rat? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. Let's fucking go! What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Roy? I expect you to swallow a lot of things there, Buster. First of all, my sweet load. But second, according to the robot's statements, there were no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Oh, you make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Klonko's strange malfunction.
Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Mr. Taryn? But that's Apollo you're talking to.
Oh, this chunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost.
That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a slow disguise like that do? We've forgotten the robot also has a heartbeat detection system. There was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What?
So does that mean?
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed, this third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer. But that's impossible!
A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order! Order in the court! Miss Sachs, did you say something?
A mask? Yes! I remember,
Athena? What is it?
I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head.
Miss Sachs, are you all right?
No, she's having an existential crisis. She'll be fine in about a minute.
No!
They're breaking!
The Black Cyclops!
They're breaking!
And they're kind of loud!
It's all coming back to me! Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered!
They're gone. The Black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then...
It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor by the workbench.
with a katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man?
Quiet, Your Honor. Shut the fuck up. She's talking. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged it first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, that's what that is. She's not lying. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did! I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out.
The utility knife's been updated in the court record. The murder weapon used on Taryn. Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago.
When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her. I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. Or as we would call it in Japan, her theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of scary, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
Now what?
Oh, what do you want?
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Miss Blackwell! This is not good.
A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Such one as known as the dreamy little princess's craggy little hands.
She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Well, I'm glad, but we need more than that. Athena, I'm so glad for you, but you gotta help me out here.
More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing, if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Menace. And then Mommy Menace fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise...
Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.?
You're gonna make a fucking safety save before you do anything goddamn else. Something that proves someone came into the lab before 2 p.m. Time of death was between 1 and 3 p.m. on October 7th. Cause of death was that... Black was able to pass with this sign of crime. When was this video taken? Crime scene is 2 cases. This is 3 cases. This case is being moved. There's some kind of inconsistency in the fucking cases.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does this video show anyone else passing by there before then? Well, I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage, oh, it's fucking that, and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. But very well then, let's get one of them VHS machines up here. There! Please stop it right there! Bro, what the fuck? How does some fuckface with a bloody hand get past the police investigation? Are these the same ones who fucking investigated Bernardo and Homolka? Jesus Christ, they couldn't find their ass with a map and a flashlight. It's just like you said, there's a man leaving a scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? Yeah, well, how the fuck did they miss this? That's him! I'm sure of it! Hey, he's wearing my mother's jacket! I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes? Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day! And I'm sure that knife is under the jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said?
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. Yeah, there's literally blood on that guy's hand. It's been bandaged up for being stabbed. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for a regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up until that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
Oh, fuck, am I still here? It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid it's just not possible. What? Why the fuck not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in the video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt it belonged to the victim. The person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket. How could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Well, the killer had to have brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved!
Objection!
Oh, God. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed the jacket was there when they arrived. So, why do you propose this mysterious man of yours with the chance to return the jacket?
A puzzling question indeed.
When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? Well, it'd have to be when the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Roy, do you realize the implication of that argument? Are you implying? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would have never thought of that. Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I don't fucking know. The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the Space Probe's capsule in preparation for that one launch. One of those people with a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose if that jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get report on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database of that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Oh, shut the fuck up and take the L. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both the Fiend and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no need to further prolong.
Not you either, Your Honor. Now, silence. Yeah, her.
The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell.
I wouldn't like you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as a partner, isn't that?
Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her.
this game just say happy lesbian pride? Sort of?
Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all I wanted.
What did you want from her? If I might be so bold as to ask.
Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
Aura, there's something I've wanted to say, if you'll lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead who Metis's murderer is.
You do?
Right, Donald. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hatch 1 rocket.
The spy. Well, I've apparently chosen to conveniently forget so I could run a thune up the flagpole until now.
But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. I thought there'd be more to that sentence. I wouldn't have used that inflection. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred. I obtained a lead on him.
Oh, how exciting! What was the lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice. The quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet, I had hope. Or his co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
Oh, that's why you two are knocking boots. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes, Spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hatch 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. The search of the Space Center bore no fruit. She must have started to panic.
He couldn't find them, but where could they have been?
Who is to say?
Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
Up my asshole, obviously. Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing.
Hey, how you doing?
I work to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher! Became my taunt!
Boy, I'm getting into character on this one. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information?
Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor.
You know, we could just make photocopies. Like a lot of them. I will. I'd better hold on to this real tight. You'd better Xerox that thing! Phantom Psych profile added to the court record. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Are you saying the killer is neurodivergent? Is that what's going on here? Psychological profile. Classified. Emotional output of his voice. Oh, we need music for this. Emotional output of the voice. Extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject. Deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh?
A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness, not anger, and naturally, no fear. Here's the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? His creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion.
The Phantom indeed. Fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world.
Well then, it seems a fine image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally. Don't fucking tempt it, Phoenix.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. Huh. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sachs.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict.
Now what?
You?
What the hell are you doing here? If the first words out of your mouth are, "Yea, Athena's innocent," you're fired. Apollo! What is the meaning of this?
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet!
You son of a bitch! Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? I'm Jay over here. Why? God damn it, why? Folks, we are nowhere near the end. Still on torture number 4. Oh my God, Apollo did it. Maybe he did.
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent.
What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled.
I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Tarrant.
Oh, would you let it go? But Apollo, why would you?
Miss Sykes, please listen.
Oh, God. Fuckface couldn't even call her Athena. I'm talking to a dead man.
Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say.
A dead man! What in the world is Apollo trying to do?
Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time.
But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you.
Apollo, choose your next words carefully. You may become an accessory to terrorism.
Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me, too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do.
Apollo? Sure. You know I'm all for the truth. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt.
When we're done with this, Apollo, just so you're aware, you're being indicted on conspiracy charges. Just so you're aware of that!
Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
I don't really fucking have a say in this. Prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you got something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Tarrant. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, his culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. And the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Tarrant with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. He did. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Tarrant's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence like it's a fucking Balatro hand. Relevant evidence has been swapped in and out. Let's have a look. Has everything indeed changed? Alright, we have the attorney badge, the Space Center diagram, the utility knife, the pamphlet of the lounge, the Hope capsule, the Hat 1 exhibit still here, the Moonrock earring from Athena is still here for some reason, the Phantom Psych profile, Tarrant's autopsy, the security camera footage showing the escape, the Launchpad 1 door, Aura Blackwell's statement about the perp holding a lighter, the lighter that's got Athena's blood on it, the emergency ladder that was lowered, and the phony Fanty bomb.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please.
I'm speaking to a dead man.
I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Tarrant. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Well, it's a good thing you don't work in the district attorney's office!
You little bitch!
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice, you realize you're charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to.
Well, fuck your investigation and fuck your feelings!
But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Gladly!
I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Alright, you little sack of shit. You suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Tarrant.
Hold it!
Go on. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes?
It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Tarrant, my bracelet reacted.
'Cause she used it to stab someone 7 years ago, you pointy-head fuck!
She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise.
Have you been paying attention to this trial at all?
And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case.
Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during the investigation. I'll make him feel better. I'll stab him right now.
I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep.
Boo-hoo-hoo! Welcome to the club!
In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells.
You're fired, by the way. Fired! So that's why Apollo's been wearing this stupid fucking outfit. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously racked the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Tarrant. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew he was his killer too.
I'm gonna take that bracelet, shove it so far up your ass, it's gonna be the fucking ring-ass story from Pulp Fiction. I guess he has a point.
My bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself.
The thing that Bobby Fulbright showed up with at the 11th hour.
Hold it!
That's the lot that was found in the Space Center Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be some other facts we don't know about it yet.
If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either,
and yet you're still here! And Joe Manchin doesn't want to run for president, but he sure is on the news a lot, acting thirsty!
Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder.
But Mr. Justice, you're no longer Apollo. Miss Sykes had a tip received. Gimmick Puppet, thank you for your tip to the arts. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tarrant.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him.
Well, you were his friend. You didn't know anything. Why that?
Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine.
I am gonna strangle you to death with that fucking eye patch.
I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright.
I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? She's the only one who could have used the launch pad switch to escape. Explain!
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that someone else used that same escape route?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright.
Why not?
Recall there was a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Tarrant and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Tarrant's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum.
A camera in boarding lounge 2? The first I've heard of it, but it does make sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. So if you've got evidence, why are you holding out on us?
I was out until about noon the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out in the boarding lounge too.
That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's the negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears.
What? Why?
Someone attending gotta let me know. I'll take it.
Order! Order in the court! That can't be. But if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? Fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. Hey, fuck you, pal! That's why you wish to indict? Oh, fuck you.
Hold it!
Just fuck you! Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense, which you have failed. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker?
You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer.
You're damn right!
However, I don't care. This case is special to me.
That's what you sound like.
Clay was my friend, and that's why I just have to know the truth and circumvent everything and make a big fucking mess.
Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but I don't. I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer.
Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments?
Yeah, I do, and I'm gonna kill you when I'm done. Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. It's clear you've been practicing in front of a mirror for a while. And your facts appear to be indisputable as long as nobody asked any supporting questions.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory?
I'm gonna put a big bang in it, you dick.
It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes is the only one who used the only possible escape route.
Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant.
Unless... you think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
I feel like so much of this could have been avoided if you just fucking sat down at a 5-minute conversation with me, you fucking asshole. But now I have to fire you. And then I have to call a guy and make sure you don't turn up anywhere ever again. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? I ask myself. Was there an alternative escape route? Well, there has to have been, otherwise we're fucked. Yes, of course, there must have been. Just don't ask me what.
You're just bluffing again, aren't you?
Ah, fuck! Me? Bluff? No way! He knows me too well.
It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me.
Are men okay? Seriously, are men okay? Instead of just hashing this out with a nice conversation with me and Athena and laying all the facts out, he conducted his own investigation, accused a co-worker of murder, and is now a conspiracy to terrorism charges. Men are not okay. Communication. A concept. Wait. So that's what this is all about? You just being a whiny little bitch baby?
I want to believe in Athena. I really do. In spite of everything I just said. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her.
Or you could have talked to us!
So that you can really trust me?
Seems your junior partners just showed us what trials are really all about. I believe you're right, but he's still fired. The prosecutors painstakingly question every detail and pursue the defendant. No, you don't! while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end.
When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth.
Precisely. When the battle is over, we'll understand the true meaning of trust. It's exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me.
That's a tumor. You should get that looked at.
So I decide I need to face it head on and apply it directly to the forehead. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid.
He seriously should get that tumor looked at. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this and doing it in the dumbest f***ing way possible. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. And if I don't do that, I'll kill you, which will accomplish the same thing.
Good! Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again!
You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through?
Come on, Mr. Wright! Where do you think the culprit escaped to?
Well, if he didn't go through the Space Museum corridor, meaning he didn't get spotted by a camera, and if he couldn't go through the control room because it was passworded or whatever, and he couldn't go this way because Cosmos was there, he went out of bounds.
Take that! There? I doubt anybody could have escaped that way.
But can you really say with certainty that it isn't possible that he went out of bounds?
Yes, I believe I can.
I guess you're right.
What are you doing? This is serious, Mr. Wright.
Please be serious, Mr. Wright.
I am being serious.
I am being serious, you fucking... He was at the southern exit. Where do I think he could have escaped? Again, safety save. Safety save. I don't know, I'm pretty again, if you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be correct. Little asshole must have actually gone out of bounds.
Take that! Take that!
Now you're being a fucking dick about this. All right, go back like 3 seconds here. Which way did he turn?
Take that!
Okay, there you go. Maybe that's what I'm trying to achieve here. I mean, they really only could have escaped. Oh, wait. Yeah, hey, the camera went out after this. He could have gone to the Space Museum. They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was make sure the unconscious Mr. Starbucks prince. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. The culprit used that route. The only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant.
I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? The culprit escaped in the corridor that leads to the Space Museum. Then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into Boarding Lounge 2.
But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the Boarding Lounge 2 security camera.
I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. The only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything.
That leaves us no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit.
What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route?
But hold on a second. What if? Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than in the Boarding Lounge 2.
Oh?
Launch Pad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit.
Are you kidding me?
Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides Boarding Lounge 2? Out of bounds!
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us exactly where the culprit escaped to.
Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean?
Yep. While the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor safety door was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. You're
freaking
insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? All right, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. The emergency ladder that had been lowered.
Take that!
An emergency ladder? There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder.
What? Who would have imagined?
Me! Little prick. Order! Order in the court!
Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Miking things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory is so many O's and put Swiss cheese to shame. Oh, fuck off. I'll turn your asshole into Swiss cheese, pal. Consensually. If you don't want me to, that's fine. All right, then. Name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Then be covered by the security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. I would have needed a running start or the corridor was moving to make that jump. If the timing was off or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Would you say, Phantom?
Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman.
I love how we had Prosecutor Blacklip 20 minutes ago and somehow we've all black-holed that memory. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Aha! Hey, I got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternate escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of the person who could have used the alternative escape route. It's the psych profile in the Phantom that Blackwell shoved up his ass.
Take that!
Or had his bird deliver.
What's that, Mr. Wright?
This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear.
Doesn't feel fear? No fear?
Right. You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear. He could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation.
So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright.
Well, was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious, shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom again?
I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Tarrant as well. However, it's all clear now. The Phantom is the one who not only bombs the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Tarrant. Whoa!
That!
Order in the court! Order, I say! Mr. Wright, please continue. There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom.
So then, this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he?
This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. This was tricking Detective Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, fuck it, Edgeworth did it. But it doesn't explain this one last thing.
Shall I lowered? I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms?
The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be.
So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was gonna be used?
That's right.
Who could it be?
Wait a minute.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! You gotta be kidding me! Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do.
Who is it? Who killed Clay?
Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... Detective Robert Fulbright! After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind.
So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
His objective was to secure his own escape route.
We lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way.
Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too, and headed to the shelter. This is the detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
What are you saying?
You mean the Phantom is
Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Order in the court! Mr. Rat! How could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the fourth floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it's all a part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it. Oh, I don't believe it! That addle-pated detective did all that?
Was it really him? I mean, all this time? I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, a heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. A champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. In my catchphrase, it's in justice we trust. Then his concern for Simon was also just one big act? I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell, make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it! How the hell did I fall for all that?
Because men are not okay. For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Ugh. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree. We need to hear from him right away. Court will take a short recess, and Detective Fulbright will take the stand.
I'm gonna place a save file here in case the thing is getting cute. This is probably a good logical stopping point, but let's preview a little further here. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. Yeah, that gumshoe would never. It wasn't for everything you did. I...
Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight.
You got it, boss. You can take that stupid shit off, you know.
You're still fired.
Apollo!
Well, this is awkward.
Athena, can you do me a favor? Kick me in the balls.
Huh? What is that?
Can you... punch me, please?
Gladly.
What? Why should I do that?
Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me.
Again, it's a tumor. Please get it looked at.
I'm really sorry that I didn't trust... Ow!
Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did. Okay.
Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. The echo voice. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how can I punch a true friend like you, Apollo?
You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago.
Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again.
Guess I know who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you.
Well, two, one actually, the other's fired. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Oral Blackwell surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Yay! You're arresting Apollo for conspiracy, right? Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted a special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. You just letting her go free? Oh, hi! Miss Blackwell! I didn't come to apologize if that's what you're thinking. My actions would allow the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura! She'd better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault.
Yes, it's true. The courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me.
Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again?
No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis's killer down.
Leave it to us. We'll get him.
Who's this us? You're fired. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least. And with that, the final bet pip chip set has gone. They're officially no longer for sale. That's the last one. I trust you will enjoy them when the shipper gets them out tomorrow, damaged plushie. Nah. Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You'd better be grateful.
I never imagined she would go that far. You always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help.
As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty.
You know me all too well.
Oh, shit. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case.
But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. So, because of you, looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet.
You did get the last one. That was literally the last one.
You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish.
Simon!
Oh, hug you two. Hug it out, bitch. Aww. Sniffle. Hug it out, you two. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. All right, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. Because we can't ask Fulbright to do it. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable, but it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. So we'll let it slide. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. Yeah, we still gotta talk about that.
I can't believe he killed Clay.
Right, and murdered my mentor. What great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor.
I'm gonna take the chip command out of the bot rotation here. Technically, I should also move it from the stream title now. So I will. Anyway.
Chief.
Oh, hang on.
Chief Prosecutor.
Yes?
I would ask a favor. Would you allow me the chance to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial?
No, it's a clear conflict of interest.
I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand.
That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Yeah, the district attorney himself doesn't usually try cases. Kamala certainly wouldn't have.
Sure.
Formal paperwork is yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in the official capacity. And uncover the truth by your own hand. Blackwell's back in the game.
I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you?
Oh, that's gotta feel good.
How long I have waited! Maybe it's the sense of freedom that even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing the blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy.
Actually, you're not allowed to kill him. Even people who kill other people still deserve to be tried in court. We don't execute people for that. At least not during the trial. Maybe later. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. Is Blackwell's the hardest voice? Is it Athena? Actually, Director Cosmos's was the hardest. Blackwell's is fine. Sniffle, I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me.
What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. You're gonna earn your job back.
I am?
Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, fuckface.
But are you sure you want me?
I have a very deep bench, okay? I can't very well call pearls up here now, can I?
I took a leave of absence in everything.
Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. So get in there!
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
I'll kill you later.
Apollo! Athena, I can say with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence, and now we're gonna prove it to the world.
You're gonna take that dumb Kingdom Hearts shit off your head, aren't you?
Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
I thought he was gonna expose the jack as a tattoo. Now this is the Apollo I know.
Welcome back, fuckface.
It's almost time for the trial to restart, nerd. Looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office.
But why?
I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go?
You bet I am. Let's do this.
This is it, the final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the emotional damage. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for all to justice today. Actually, that's going to be tomorrow's problem. But tell you what, give me the opening like 2 minutes.
Let us now reconvene.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has never been more ready.
You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted.
Well, now that you mention it. Although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, you little shit. You've grown a lot.
Well, there have been some hiccups, like today, but I guess I've done pretty well.
You still got that ego of his, though.
Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can get the chit-chat for later. But bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately.
Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same.
7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Hi.
Bobby Fulbright here. I thought I was needed on the stand, so here I am.
Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony?
Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust.
Objection!
He doesn't know.
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies.
What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make ooh-woo mistakes, small bean, but hey! He's acting exactly the same as always.
Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident.
Fulbright, you wish to dispel our suspicions, and let's get your testimony.
All right, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that.
All right, we're going to hear his testimony, and right before we get to Cross, we're going to stop for the night. The embodiment of justice. I am the very embodiment of the scientist Solarian, justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route, it's only a theory. You don't got any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with a prince on it.
So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit?
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. Isn't everything in these cases? He doesn't have any proof I made a big leap onto a ladder.
We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either.
I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice! Just is!
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you!
Nah! Please don't throw the book at me, seriously!
Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him.
Let's just try not to lose focus, alright?
My justice is crystal clear. What's not clear, your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence.
You said enough of your shit! Huh?
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright! If you have even an ounce of justice, you will answer the court's questions and prove it!
Prosecutor Blackwell?
Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn.
Well, Fulbright was his partner, after all.
Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. Suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections?
That's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away, don't hold back.
Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Anyone else? The one who took hostages, Chief Prosecutor, is Little Flower Lady here somewhere? Very well, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
Which we shan't be doing this evening, for we have been live for 4.5 hours. It is getting late. You've been beautiful. You've been marvelous. However, I must participate in capitalism tomorrow, so we are going to start to wind down for the evening. Well, that was an episode of Ace Attorney if I ever saw one. What didn't happen? We proved, apparently, that Simon Blackwell did not commit a murder 7 years ago and that he's been wrongfully imprisoned the entire time. We think we've proved that Athena also didn't kill anybody back then. And now we just have to prove that Athena didn't kill Clay Taryn and that the detective did it, which I'm sure will not be an uphill climb that takes hours. Folks, I gauged the lengths of these things going off of like long plays, and I kind of chart like how long it took me to do something relative to how long it took the Let's Play to do something. The one I've been referencing, from the start of the court case to the end of the game on autoplay with some minor interactions was 3 hours and 50 minutes. The part we just got to was the 2-hour mark. So we've still got a full show of courtroom shenanigans tomorrow night, and I hope you're all going to be here for it. Alright! Before we figure out where we're going, let's read off the list of gravatas. Your biddies, raid, subs, and tippies to this channel will never require it. I always appreciate it. I love to shout at the end of the show. Over on the tippy side things, thank you Gimmick Puppet for the tippy, as well as Shipwreck for your monthly one that went through a couple of days ago. Also, Damage Plus, you enjoy the biddies. The chipster officially sold out. Damn. Someday we will do another run, I promise. Over on the Twitch side of things here, actually nothing. That's okay. You know what? It's the summer. It's quiet. It's nice and easy. Y'all just appreciating everything that was going on. You having a good night. All right, if you sub to the channel and grab the first one. If you ain't subbed to the channel and grab the second one. We love to spread the love around. Not always at the same place in the face, but at the end of the day, drop you off somewhere where we think you're going to have a good time. Let's see who's up to what with host on this. Why the wonderful world we just so happen to call Twitch here. Let's see. Tell you what, I'm going to make y'all Deer's problem. Deer is playing Resident Evil Director's Cut. I don't know specifically which version, but she's playing it, and I feel like I don't have to explain it beyond that. So you're all gonna become Deer's problem. She's, where is she in the damn game? It looks like she's still in the regular mansion. Chris Redfield is wearing his his khakis and his brown leather jacket. So, you know, the usual kind of Resident Evil tomfoolery will be indeed going on over there. So our next scheduled broadcast will be tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, for the Ace Attorney Dual Destinies finale. You have been here for all of this courtroom intrigue that has taken place over the period of a calendar month. Tomorrow, it all comes to an end. We will find out who killed all these people and supposedly, I guess, cure the public's perception of injustice or something like that. Something along those lines. It'll happen here tomorrow night. And then after that, I'm only playing Nintendo games for like a month and a half. I have done enough reading. Thank you very much, everyone who followed, biddied, rated, subbed, lurked, for put up with my bullshit here the entire time. You all continue to contribute to the ongoing success of this shit show we call the Pib Show. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we'll see you next time. Good night, everyone. Apollo was still fired. Bye!